Testing. Alright. Lost all my colours in the output window, unfortunately. So first thing I've got to do is fix that. I did make a backup of them somewhere. Okay, let's just have a look for this backup, wherever I put it. There it is. So let me just put them. Where is the file located? No idea where the file is located actually. VS Color output 64. App data. Where are we? App data. Here it is. So for some reason it stamps over that file for some reason. Okay. Let's see if that's fixed it. There it is. There we go. Got the colours back. What I actually wanted was, when we're doing this build single file, I wanted .lib, the .lib I think it's just comet.lib. Try that. Nope. So how do I have multiple? Seems to be a pipe. Pipe.lib. No. I need to understand these are regexes more. Nope. Add another one. Yeah, let's add another one. So what would this be? So the green is build head. Build head. Doesn't work. Nope. Let's have a quick look. Okay. I just copied another regular expression over for here. I want that to be dot lib. Nope. So let's try full path. libpmengine.lib. Really doesn't like it. Coming in on the is actually being coloured, I think. Must be getting a different message. See, there we have that. Timer ticks. Lib. No idea why that's not working, actually. It must be because we are looking for a dot character, maybe. Failed or error or numbers 1 to 3. Not and 3 numbers failed. .lib. Well, let's just change that to 7. Well, let's just do a full build first. Let's just do a build and check if we can change. We can these hot colors get hot loaded in. So succeeded is this one. Put .2. Put 2 there. 3. Okay, so they don't get hot loaded in. I think. Okay, so let's just restart Visual Studio then. Appear to be working. That's definitely. Should be able to put .lib in there. There we go. Now it's working. It's made it white, but I don't want it white. I want it green. Nope. Now it's red. Why is it red? Because it goes in log error, yes. So So let's build head now. Now it's green. Awesome. Green if it passes. And then if it fails, what happens? Red. Alright, that's brilliant. So we have single build files on a hotkey. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click over to debug. Got a new configuration. It's a mono build, which is meant to be faster. We will see. And we'll rebuild this and we'll just see how long it takes. Weirdly, that's coming in as that should be green. This one is also green. Probably because of that lib. It should be .lib though. Them. That's gone back to white now. So let's add another pattern in this time. Which is just lib. There we go. Right, so we're just going to see how long this build takes. So this is maxing out CPU. Nearly 95%. 83% on the build. This is a full build using the old build system. Took 2 minutes 39 seconds. Okay, so let's just copy that into colors. Get rid of all of these. Alright, so it's 2 minutes 39 seconds. Right, let's swap over to mono build. Whoops. I'll debug mono and do that one. See how long this takes. So this CPU utilization is slightly lower in it. Maybe just because it's finishing. So yeah, it's 80s. It's in the 80s before, wasn't it? Look at that, 1 minute 9 seconds. So it basically sheds a minute and a half off the build. That's brilliant. That's really good. Made the build a lot quicker. So the full engine and game builds in 1 minute now. Right. Okay, now we can actually get on with the day. First things first. Just want to upload. I'll see if I've got all of my VODs uploaded to YouTube. Content video producer. Alright, so 825, 439. If we just look at the YouTubes. Combat 4. Refresh that. Combat 5, 829. Combat 6, 439. Yeah, good. We're up to date then. Okay. So let's look at the notes then. So it's been a long time since we've streamed now. Last streamed last month. 23rd maybe of May even. So now we're on the 2nd of June to the 6th of June. So week 14. 2nd to the 6th of June. So we're coming up now towards 6 months. Roughly 14 weeks in 6 months. 13 weeks in 6 months. 14 weeks in 6 months of development. That's only like half the year, innit? Mid 28 weeks. Nah, a bit less. 28 weeks in a full year, but it's probably between like 30 something weeks in a full year of development. Okay. Checklist. So the goals. We're currently working on the combat system. Which the last time the goal was combat with Spidey and NPC. This needs also, we need to follow that through. There's a couple of things that, yeah, well that's basically the goal. We're just working on combat with Spidey and NPC. We've been working, this will be the 3rd week. However, that week we only did a couple of days, so it's really halfway through the 2nd week. Okay, see where we are. Oh, didn't load any config files or anything. Did I just, well, let's just keep it going. What's going on there then? Let's stop that. Let's just go in. This is engine config file failed to load, so it's not setting by the looks of it the working directory. Okay, so we're in debug mono. Why different directory? Why did the config file fail to load? It's already failed to load it, even here. Okay. Probably because they're getting loaded with the static initializer. Oops, I'm not going to search for it there. I'll search for it there. So it's the line reader. There we go. Path engine.config. Right. So where is engine.config? Is it probably because we're not copying over the actual files? So let's just look the engine directory. The debug has the config files. Debug mono does have them. Four config files. So it does have them, it's just not. Do we think that's because there's a space there? So engine config is in the executable directory. What actually is the working directory? Solution platform configuration. So that is actually a bug in Visual Studio. Hey, how's it going? Godlike. I've just changed the build system a little bit for the engine. And there's just a few little problems that I'm just fixing just to speed up the build. But yeah, I'm working on a game engine. Particularly I'm working on combat at the moment. Once we get this out of the way, we'll go back onto working on combat. Okay. Particularly, I went change the build system over. It was it changes the actual working directory of the engine, so it wasn't loading any config files. Should have copied the working directory, but it didn't. But yeah, if you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. So the build system now, it took 2 minutes 39 to build the entire engine and game, and now it just takes a minute. So it's sped it up by a minute and a half, which is a good win. haven't been streaming for a week or so. So I did this off stream on a different computer. So I'm just making it work on this computer as well. Okay. Let's see if it loads it this time. Yes, very good. Alright. It's gonna have to rebuild all the assets as well, probably. Which takes a while. So it says down here that it was running. Oh, it did it. It only took 17 seconds. Alright. So we're working on combat with this Spidean. It's a character. It's called a Spidean. So this is the combat test. So this is like the Spidean's brain for combat. So what particular I was going to start with was when he becomes hostile. Set combat state to hostile. Set combat state to none. Become hostile. So when this gets triggered, right now, in the behavior action types, or the behavior types, we've got set combat state here. So when it enters that action, it just calls set combat state. And I was going to change this because setting combat state isn't an atomic thing that just happens immediately. Potentially, things might need to happen. Animations need to play. Sounds need to play. Other systems might need to get notified that we're changing the combat state to something else. Now there's a system for that in the game called, or in the engine called, what's it called? Get game events. So part of the event system called push ready state event. So it's called a ready state event. And a ready state event is just like everybody get ready because the state's about to change. So the animations can play. Then once all that animations have played and everything's set, it will then can set the combat state after that. So we're going to work on that. Ready state event for setting the combat state. So I'm just going to turn this sequence off. Which is just set that to false. Now I'll turn this hostile path off. And then we also want to turn this sequence off, which is the flee path. So we're just executing the become hostile path all the time. So hopefully if it comes along, it should become hostile there. So that animation plays. So what I want is the animation to play, and then he's in the become hostile state, I think. So become hostile, it's a bad name actually. He's like on guard there. So if I go closer to him, he would attack me. But if I go away from him, he would go back to not being hostile. But that's for a different... We'll do that later. Right now, we'll just work on this ready state event. Okay. So we have a file. Ready state events. And we need a new one called execute NPC struct execute NPC combat state change. I think something like that. Right, from the default constructor, and then we want the NPC and combat state, new combat state, right? I think. So combat state needs to be forward declared. All right. So we want the NPC ID, NPC 0, combat state, new combat state equals combat state 0. So all that does, I believe, is just set the NPC to be the NPC and the new combat state to be the new combat state. Right then, we probably just want an on begin, on end, and get target, I would say. May as well just move this down into the source file. So there's actually an is valid. Should probably do the is valid as well. So the is valid, right? So we have to say we need a combat controller. So we're going to go game state equals get game state. Combat controller is game state, get combat controller for the NPC. If there's not a combat controller, you can't possibly do this. Then we're going to go, if there is a combat controller, we're going to go if CC is combat state, new combat state, already there. Can't do this. Else we'll just return true that it's valid to set it. On begin, on end. Maybe we don't need those. Get target is going to be where maybe we don't. So it's possibly what we're fighting. Because he's gonna have to face what we're fighting. Possibly. Let's try and get away without doing those three. Just want these valid. All right. Try and build that. Okay, that built. So the animation system needs to listen for these combat state changes, I think, and the combat controller does as well. So in the behavior types now, rather than doing that, I'm just comment it out for now. Well, what we'll do is we'll if zero it out. We're gonna go get game events, push ready state event. The actor ID is the NPC. Standard to underlying NPC. And the actual state is the execute combat state change NPC combat state. So that will then push that event on now, and anyone that is listening to it can intercept that event. So the animation controller for the Spydian. So what is it? Animated rig types. Got an initialize there. We need to go get game events. Dot listen. G event begin. Make ready begin. How do these work? No one else is listening to make ready begin. Maybe I've got this wrong. Let's just have a quick look. So that listen to make ready execute. Also makes it ready execute. It's the movement controller, I think, that listens. Maybe. Nope. Figure out how this works again. So the movement controller somewhere is definitely intercepting the make ready events somewhere. Where would it be? Move to. So whoever's calling move to. We don't want BM move to though. Make ready, here we go. So it's not begin, it's actually make ready. It's a make ready event. If we were looking at that before that, because that was begin, yeah. So we do we'll do if auto data e.try and wrap a breakpoint there, so we want to check this. Probably need to pass this in. Oops. So we have it, it's just an is. Can do is. So if it's execute combat ready state change, the actor ID. So we can just say if e.actor ID is not equal to the ID. Oh, we don't have an ID for this. So if let's get the animation controller first. So I'm going to say if auto AC equals get game state, get animation controller e.actor ID. We need to know what type of animation control, animated rig type it is. And if it's a Spidey rig, I think. Spidey and green. So I'm going to say if AC get animated rig type equals type. So if it's this one, just set a breakpoint there. Whoops. So if this build will test it. I just want to see if we hit these breakpoints or that breakpoint. What's good as well is currently this has nothing to do with the Spidey rig, so we might actually be able to generalize this further. Maybe. We'll see. Right, let's run this when it's built. So what we're looking for is when the Spidey comes towards us, before it becomes hostile, we want to execute this bit of code. There we go. So it's an execute combat state change to become hostile. Type is Spidey in green. So we want to do e.begin which will say that we are now going to we have got something that we need to make ready. And then we want to do AC play animation routine, Spidey in combat routine. Do you want to do that there? Or do you want to set a combat state change? No. So I'm going to play the combat routine. And that returns the duration that it took. So auto duration. And then what we want to do is we want to say after delay of duration copy E, I think. I'll copy a reference to E. Just do E.end. Actually copy it by value, so we're doing an after delay there as well. And then we need to cancel. Well, this probably will never fail. Probably will never fail. This will never fail, so it should be okay. Okay, now what we don't know is if this combat routine returns the right duration. It's meant to be the length of the entire routine, animation routine. Now hopefully it looks in the animation data automatically to get it. So routine doesn't have a get duration. Okay, so we need to actually fill that in. Get duration, animated rig. So all this needs to return is the length of the animation to idle alert. Get animation duration. So that is just return rig. Get animation duration to idle alert. I think now that should work. Test it. And then we just basically need to on the make ready execute set the combat state to be whatever we've specified in the make ready event. All right. So it calls begin, get the duration, which is 1.3 seconds. After 1.3 seconds, we end it. Okay, so we need to get the game events now. And we want to listen for G event, make ready, execute. We just basically do get game events, send G event, combat state change, and what does that look like? Entity ID, new state, old state. I mean, that doesn't actually necessarily happen there though, does it? That happens in the combat controller, I think. Entity ID equals D. The old state equals combat state. The new state equals E. The new combat state. So we're just going to do that. We'll just send, we'll just do standard move EVT like that. All right. missing out a bracket there. So what's the problem here? ID cannot be implicitly captured. Well, that's fine, we can. We could say this ID. I think it's the this ID here. But I'm talking about this ID. Type identifier not found. Oh. So that's a bit different actually. You can just say and ID equals e.actor ID. Or this ID. I mean, we can just pass it. It's fine. It's fine. Only 8 bytes. What's the problem here? Is not a member of that. Probably make it a member. We'll put that there as well. Okay. Okay, so this is auto data equals e dot try and wrap. And this is actually data new combat state. So actually this ID is data PC equals standard to underlying data NPC. I think that's what it needs to be, rather than the actor ID. There's a problem here. Okay. Problem here then. Alright, whatever. Maybe we do get rid of those try-and wraps then. Maybe we don't need that. So I think maybe as well, in here we are also testing for the actor ID. It's actually the animation controller of the NPC. So this is actually data NPC. Got flying here, which is annoying. This is the same problem with this. Okay. So now we're going to send the combat state changed event, which obviously means this needs to go away because we don't want to do the animation here now. But we actually do want to set the combat state to data new combat state. Now I wonder if we should we do that here. Brilliant. So actually we don't need to send that. That will send the event. So now we have this idea of we send the ready event and the animation plays. When the animation is finished playing, we actually set the combat state after the animation. And what that means is that this node that's running on the behavior should run until the animation is finished. Which is what I want. What's going on here? There we go. So now setting a combat state can take time to do. So animations can play, or music or sound effects or whatever needs to play can play now. All right. See what happens. So I basically want it to be state none until after the animation. Oh, it just went. It didn't even play it. It did work though. It just didn't play the animation. Okay. Because it's testing if it's become hostile. So this is none. hostile. I think. So the combat state is none. We do 2 idle alert. Combat state is well. Yeah, we'll just leave that for now. Okay. So it should come. It should play the animation now. We go, and then we become hostile at the end. He doesn't stay there though. But it returns false. So it's none or CC combat state is equal to become hostile. So I think there's something like, it feels like become hostile shouldn't actually be, well, it should be a state because I don't want them to immediately be hostile. There we go. So let's just open the brain and I just want him to see. So this is where it becomes hostile. So I just want to see this node tick for a while. There we go. And then he moves down to here. This is conditional wait. So he's just waiting. So another thing is these are quite long. Behavior action, set combat state. I was going to do a get short name. Or we could just strip off behavior action when we're drawing it here. Yeah, we'll do that. Anyway, we'll check that in because that's good. That means it happens over time now. And then in the brain editor, just put that little the action node tick left panel. We want so that's going to set the action name there. We won't do it on the left panel, we'll just do it on the node panel, not the board panel. That's the node panel for the action node. So here we just want to do helpers dot is it arrays substring instances? Str, and then we want behavior action underscore. See if that actually works. Just want to show the name without the behavior action on the front of it. So it's a bit easy to read. There we go. Combat NPC find cover, NPC conditional wait. So maybe we should draw it in here as when we go to like the small mode. So what's always drawing that small? We could draw it extra small in the small mode. So we have, I think, in the brain node, we have tick node panel collapsed. So for the action node, we want to override that. Void tick node panel collapsed. We'll just do this with extra small font. See if that works. Probably black. All right. As soon as this works, we're gonna have a coffee break. Then we need to do the make ready event for going to hostile mode as well. Or maybe so if we do this, well, we'll turn it back on and we'll see. We maybe want to keep facing the player. We went to hostile there. Oh, we turn that off. Hostile path. Oh no, we don't. There sets him to be hostile. Then he does a return, which means it comes. Well, I can't read that. Combat NPC find cover. That's weird. That's not nice font, that. Black's not great, is it? You can kind of read it's just dead small. It's fine. I suppose it's fine. But we will do it white. Just see. So this set combat state here, it should also do the ready state event. The thing is, he ended up down here, even though we have, oh, because that's an OR condition. That needs to be there, I believe. That'll stop it coming down this path. It'll go back to this sequence, fail it. It'll go back to this sequence, fail that. Interesting to see what would happen there. See where it would end up. Yeah. Alright. Hopefully this will eventually sort itself out. Ugh. Just gonna terminate that. Yeah, hot loading Visual Studio is not the best, really. See what happens if we actually go up to Spidey. So it's hostile. It's become hostile. It goes back to the become hostile, and then he ends up. So he's just basically going to the become hostile state again. That's fine. Oh man, that's terrible, isn't it? I can read that. It has a it looks like it has some kind of black bordery thing. Oh, it's because we're setting the background. The background color needs to be okay. Yeah. So we need to set the font. There isn't a back color. The back color just is the panel color, which is different. Now we're drawing it over the top of something else. We can set the back color, which should be the color of this node. This is just colour. What font do we use? What font do we want to use? Editor. Get font. Get board font, maybe. Right. So I guess the board font, if it's the same font, I'm not sure what font. It doesn't really matter what font it is, to be fair. Okay, that's kind of a lot nicer, even though you can't really read it. Black would be better. At least we're setting the right back colour now, so it doesn't look weird. There we go. Probably can't read downstream. The font looks nicer now. NPC conditional weight. So you can still read what the actions are there. Okay. So let's just remove that. And what do we do? Where are we? Where are we? We're in the behavior types. On the combat one. So we're doing this now exclusively. So we always push this event. And then the animated rig combat state change, right? So if it goes back to being none, we need to cancel the animation override routine. So we're going to go if data new combat state become hostile or new combat state is equal to hostile. We do that. Else we just do AC cancel and then e.end. To be fair, we don't actually need. We can just do that there. We don't need to do a begin and end here because this is just an automatic, an atomic type thing. This happens over several seconds. Which means that if we go back to being none, then we'll cancel the animation override routine. So we do this. So interestingly, he played it to become hostile. If we run away, he doesn't cancel it. So he's just waiting here. Oh yeah, it's because it doesn't happen once it's hostile. It happens when he's in become hostile. So if you run away, it goes back to being none now. So he's in here now. Now he's on his routine. And now he's become hostile. So we might become hostile is a bad name, really. We might name it something else. We might call it like alerted or something. Hostile alert. Or like hostile 0, hostile 1, hostile level 0, summit. And then hostile level 1. Let's call this hostile level 0 handle. Alright. So what that means actually is in the... We've renamed these. Should be fine actually, should be fine. No. In the brain, oops. Now, the this is hostile level 0. That's hostile level 1. That's hostile level 1. Right. So let's run that. So this is actually hostile level 1 path. This is the hostile level 0 path. So we're just doing levels. It's quite generic. Okay. So now it's hostile level 0, and if you go back, it just goes. If you run away, it just goes to being 0. If you go towards him, he goes to hostile level 1, but he does play the animation, which I don't want him to do. And that's probably because we are playing we're playing the animation routine again. So if it's not, how do we get the override routine? So AC so how do we see if what animation routine we are playing? So we can say this for override animation routine is let me say if override routine and override routine storage is routine return true, else return false. Override animation override routine, it should probably be. That's animation override routine. It should be called play override animation routine. No, that should be play animation override routine. Has animation override routine, not hash. Has animation override routine. Routine. We should do bool as. Do it again. A non-templated version, which returns if this has a value or not. Alright. Oh. Apparently cannot do that. That can be const. That can be const. Apparently cannot do that. You can with const though, which is weird. So now, in the rig type, so this is creates a bunch of problems. The animation override routine, but we only need to do this. We need to say if C if not, AC has animation Spidey and combat routine. Doesn't have the combat routine. Maybe actually. It should be here. Try that. So if it has the spider, if it doesn't have the spider in combat routine and it's hostile level 1 or hostile level 2, then we set it. What that means is that when it comes down to be hostile level 1 from hostile level 0, it would cancel it actually. So no. We don't want to do that. there. Do we do it? Right. Means it won't play it when it goes from level 0 to level 1. Because it will already have the routine. Oh, we're meant to be sending an event there. I think that's just if it comes in off the editor. Get the editor to play animation routines. Alright. So now he should become hostile, but not replay the animation. There we go. So if he's hostile 1, this is where he's actually. So we're finally at the stage now where the Spidey can begin attacking the player. Right, let's have a 2-minute break, make up a coffee, and then we'll do that. Alright then. So now we're going to build the attack action. We'll just do it simply. Attacks with conditions. Okay, so it's in conditional wait now. We need to actually describe what the NPC does. So we need, like, this NPC's got 3 attacks. So we need to say something like, basically a selector node. Well, put it off the sequence. Probably don't need to be a sequence, actually. We'll take the sequence away. And we're gonna have 3 attack actions, which we've not written yet. If all those fail, we'll just wait for now. If all those fail, we'll wait. So if these actions are empty, they'll automatically fail, hopefully. Oh, that selector needs a condition on it. NPC Spidian has combat state, hostile level 1. So become hostile, or hostile level 0. Go towards him, it goes to hostile level 1. And we're just waiting here in this conditional wait. So you need to say, can I attack with attack 1? Can I attack with attack 2? Can I attack with attack 3? If I can't do any of those, I'll wait. And then we'll concentrate on his movement later. Like, if he can't do any of his attacks, he needs to move, really. So we'll write the attack action. So the behavior types, we want behavior action NPC attack NPC, not NPC attack NPC, NPC attack PC. And then we want well, do we want it in here or do we want it in the combat controller? We probably want the actual kind of attacks in the combat controller. So enum class e combat attack level one, level 0, level 1, level 2. So let's do 3 levels. Now, the levels could mean anything depending on the NPC. This spider, it just means 3 different types of attack. So this needs to go back into the action before I declare it. NPC attack level, the combat attack level. So we want the NPC ID, attacker, ENPC ID attacked. And what's it called? E-combat attack level. So we'll just have those three for now. So you can have one NPC attacking. So you have NPC attacking PC. So maybe we do NPC PC. And they can attack with an attack level. Okay, that seems good. So we just need these little structures so I can communicate with the editor. So we want NPC, PC, and level. And then we want draw it. I'm going to do canvas or combo box. NPC or NPC. It's just the playable character, so we don't actually need the PC. It's just whoever is the playable character. Oops. So we do canvas, draw combo box, attack level. Hey. And we need the get location. We need on enter, on tick, and on get location. Because we're gonna want to do some location conditions, you know, if we're within a certain radius. Okay. So this is the same as that. On enter, right. We don't know what these are yet. So let's just build this, set these on the action nodes. And then we'll think about how this actually is going to work. So once we've got all three attacks set up, the Spiderian will just sit there and it will attack us depending on how far away we are from the Spiderian. And then after we've done that, we can get some Spiderian to move. Right. So this one is going to be Spiderian, attack level 0. This one is going to be Spiderian, attack level 1. This one is going to be attack 2. And then we can just say, what we're going to do is we're going to say, we're Ooh, what are they called? And we'll look actually at the names of the animations. I think it's, what is it? Attack short, attack medium, attack long. So we're going to do attack short, attack medium, attack long. Right then, so what does that even mean? So attack short of a success condition. Is it a success condition? It's successful if it can attack. The attack takes time to do though. So this is not a success condition because it's going to be running while it's doing the attack. I think it's just a condition. The distance. Behavior, action, distance, the playable character. So the action node ID is this. The test is that we are less than 5, maybe. So less than 3. If we're less than 3, we can do this. If we are less than 7, we can do attack medium. If we are less than, I don't know, say 15, we can do attack long. And these have to run while the attack is happening, so it's going to be a ready state event again, I think. We should be like, get ready to attack. Then the attack happens. Yeah. Oops. Then the attack happens, so this has to run while the attack is happening. If this cannot run with this condition, it moves to the next one. Okay. So, what does it mean then to run an attack? So you go, you have to do push ready state event for attack, and then ready state execute, it will fire the attack, and then the attack needs some kind of cooldown as well. I think. So what we're doing here, we're doing getting the combat state. We probably want to get combat attack state as well. So we want like warming up, attacking, cooldown, cooling down or something. Let's try that. So we just have a e-combat attack state. Combat. I'll just call it attack state. And we want attack level. Like that. So that's what kind of attack it's doing. And that's the state of the attack. There's warming up, attacking, or cooling down. So we'll just start off with e-combat attack state, get combat attack state. Return attack state. Yeah. And then we'll do these two as well. Oops. All right. It's kind of the same actually as the combat state. Really. So this is attack state. And this is combat attack state changed. Oops. So we can actually fire now. Combat attack state changed events. Okay. So I think it's going to be pretty much similar with the ready state event stuff. Because if he wants to attack, he needs to move. He needs to actually move to where he's going to, where the strike will hit the player. So it definitely needs a ready state event because the movement of the Spidean is going to have to kick in before he does the attack. Okay. So we can say they're not the same. Yeah. Well, this does need to be e.actor ID. say if data NPC hang on. Hi Just Ghost, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Working on combat today still. We're almost at the point where we can get the NPC to attack the player. Okay. This is combat attack state. Execute, obviously we don't have the execute event yet, which we need to write, which is we're just going to put is the same. Combat attack. New combat attack state. Yeah, I'm doing very well. I just had a week off coding. Well, not fully coding. I did some work, but not coding like I do at the moment, which was nice. Getting stuff done. Yeah, working on combat. Particularly getting them to NPCs to attack the playable character. Hope you're doing all right. Once this compiles, I'll show you how far we've got. We've done like maneuvering the NPC around in a flee kind of state. Now we're going to be like, if you actually really provoke the NPC, he will move into his attack state and start attacking you. So we're trying to make a passive NPC who doesn't want to attack you unless you provoke it. It's more of an interesting case, I think, than just like move towards the player and attack them. So is valid is the same. Is combat attack state. New combat attack state. Alright, see if that builds. Yeah. So what that means now is here it's kind of the same. Very similar to just setting the combat state. Well, we don't need that. If there's no combat controller, we can't do it. Else, we execute the attack state change with the NPC and that. So then we're actually trying to push a ready state event. Maybe we need to actually pass in the attack level as well. I think we probably do. So we need to pass the NPC, combat attack state, and the e-combat attack level. That. And we could say has combat attack level. Maybe. Let's put her to do there. So it might not have that attack level. We don't have a way. That would mean it needs to go into the rig itself. The rig data itself. Look. We'll do that. We'll do that after. Right now, we'll just get this working. So this is e-combat attack state warming up, and then this is the attack level. It's just called level. Okay. And then we just basically need to go if auto return, well, if CC is combat attack state, maybe do has combat attack state as well. Just returns state attack state is not equal to none. So if it has a combat attack state, return e-behavior state running. So how do we return right, so how do we say if it failed? We need to know whether because we need to go else if something return success. just default by returning fail. So if it's attacked, so we need another state, I think. Cooling down, finished. So we're going to auto attack state equals CC. Get combat attack state. So say if attack state is equal to finished, return success. Else return running. I think that will be fine. Right, so when we enter the action, I'm just going to go to the warming up state. We'll push the ready state event. That and is valid has to make sure is combat attack state new state. If it is currently in a combat state that's not finished, so we're going to go auto current state CC get combat attack state. So if current state is not equal to finished and CC has combat attack state, return false. Hey, how's it going? Incineroar. I think that's how you say it. Sorry if I butchered that. Hope you're alright. Got any questions, just ask, no problem. Working on combat, particularly the part where the NPC attacks the player at the moment. So if it's not finished and it has an attack state, we can't do it already. Yeah, I hope you're alright. I'm doing fine, thank you. Let's see if that builds. Nope. What do we call it? New combat attack level. I'll put a breakpoint there just to check that works properly when we execute the code next time. So this is going to come along and it's going to set it to warming up, and it'll push the event and it'll set it to be running. So if the event fails, it'll return. It'll go like that. It won't be finished. It won't have a state. Or it might be finished, which means that this need to do cc clear combat state. I think like a clear combat attack state. Just say attack state is equal to none. So then what this will do is it will go CC clear combat attack state, so it'll set it to none. So if this fails, it doesn't get set to none. So it'll come down as finished, but it'll be the old attack that's finished. So I think we just clear it no matter what. We'll say if current state is equal to finished, clear it. And then we can just say, and it won't have a yeah, so if the current state is finished, it could either be none, which means it return true. It can be not finished, which means it will return false. It can be finished, which will clear it. So that can be an else there, like that. Yeah. So it always gets cleared if it's finished. There. Which will mean if it's finished here, so if this fails, it'll be set to none. Which means it'll be because it's already attacking, it'll be set to false. So the attack state will be set to none, which means it will fail here as well. So I think that's it. Right, so we need a breakpoint there, So we don't really have to so CC has the combat state. So it won't have a combat state yet because we're not actually setting the combat state. So running, I think, needs to be default. That's fail. I think that's it. I think that will work. Let's just check. So the idea is now that the Spidean will become angry. And then it will hit this, which will send that event, which will set this to be running. Okay. That's combat attack state changed. And that's set combat attack state. Okay. So we'll do this as well. There. So we'll just build this. We'll get it compiling first. New combat. What's it called? New combat attack state. We can set the attack level as well. Somewhere. The attack level is what attack we're actually doing. And that has to feed through to the animation system to play the animation. The animation system will probably fire an event which says the player has been attacked. And that'll get picked up by the attribute system to deal damage to the player. And fatigue to the NPC, something like that. Right, so he's angry. So if we move close, okay. So I'm going to try and attack the NPC attack action. So the Spidean with level 2. Is it level 2? I mean, whatever level, we're not doing level yet anyway, but okay, so push the ready state event now to warming up. The current state is none, so it can do it. So it returns running. So we're running that attack now because we can do it. The attack state, none. So it returns fail. Needs to be running really. Or you set it to warming up. So we can do something like, yeah, we don't really want to set it to warming up when we push the event though. So the combat controller has to listen for a ready state begin, I think. Okay. Has to listen for a make ready. So get game events. Listen, G event, make ready. So here now, so when we get the event, and if it's an attack state change event, we can actually set combat attack state to the new attack state there. Right. Let's follow this then. No, we don't want to do it there though. We don't actually want to do that there. The thing is, this might fail. Anyone can listen for this event and fail the entire event. So we don't really want to apply any state. This is just for checks. Okay, let's just get rid of that again. So it's all here really. So maybe warming up does need to get set immediately. So we could do CC set combat attack state, warming up. Say if CC yeah, and then the attack does the actual move. So auto current state, CC get combat attack state. Current state is equal to finished I don't need the actual finished there. Can say if CC has combat attack state, return fail. And we could get rid of finished. And then we'd set it to be warming up. And we return running. And we push a ready state event. If we set it to be warming up, and we push a ready state event to be attacking. We do need the finished because that's how we tell the attack completed. If current state is equal to finished, CC set it to none. So it could be finished. I'm going to get the current state. We set it to none. If it has a combat attack state there, we return fail. Otherwise, we set it to warming up and we fire the attacking one. And then we return running. Okay, so that might be it. That might be it. Let's just check. Yeah. Right, we'll check that then. Okay. Current state is none. So we set it to be warming up. Then we push the attacking. Current state is warming up. Okay. So it's I think all we're going to do is we're going to say if current state is equal to the new state, return false. I think we'll just do that. Missed it. Try again. Ooh. Didn't even get built. I really doesn't want to build this. Execute combat NPC combat attack state change. Why doesn't it want to build this? Again, it really doesn't want to build it. Even though it's changed. All right. Rebuild it then. Yeah, so if it's finished, it sets it to none. Because if it's finished, it means that the previous attack finished. So it sets it to none. if it has a combat attack state, it fails, which means if it's in the middle of an attack, it can't attack. Otherwise, it sets it to warming up the attack, and then it cues an attacking event. And the attacking event is going to be not executed immediately. It's going to be picked up by the movement systems that can move to the position where it needs to attack. And it's going to be picked up by the animation system once it's in position to perform the attack. And then once the attack has happened, it goes to the cooldown. So it's actually two-step things. It has to move, and then the animation has to trigger. All right. Let's see if we actually get this breakpoint now yet. Current state is warming up. So it returns true. Okay. Then we come along here. It's still warming up. So it's going to return running. So it's just basically okay. Then we got our actual attack. That state is wrong though. That should have said attacking. That's totally wrong. Combat attack state. Setting it to itself. Alright. Typo. What was a typo? That's fine. Alright. Okay, so send it to attacking. We push the event, which is allowed to fire. Return running. Current stat state is still warming up. Then we set the attack state now to attacking. And then it comes along and it's attacking. So we're just running now until it's finished. Nothing tells it that it's finished yet. So it's just going to run forever. But we should be able to see in the brain file there. It's attacking long. It's chosen attack long because it evaluates how far the player is away. Oops. It picks one of these, short, medium, or long. So now the warming up. So the attacking, we need other things to listen for the attacking. So the ready state event for this, we need a get target. Which is where we want to attack the player. Now then. This is the strike position. Do we even start that in the animation? But it needs to be based off the strike position. Man, I need to remember how to even do this. So let's concentrate on attack short for now. Which means we'll just stop those other ones executing. Attack short's the first attack. Oh yeah, the animations. So it's got 3 attacks. So it's got, this is a bite. This is a bite. And then that's like the medium attack. And then the long attack is he fires the actual blade across the screen. So that's a very long attack actually. What I need to know though is I need to know the position. I need to know that position in world space or in attack medium. I need to know that position. So I can get the Spidey character to move to the right location to attack the player, so the claw comes right down on top of the player. So I could put a little point. I believe you can just put little points in the actual animation file itself, and then when I read the file I can just look at that point and calculate where I need to move the Spidey into. What am I building? I'm building a sci-fi style gardening game. So like this situation here where you're attacking this thing, you're going to be able, so you're on a space station, but you're going to be able to go to planets, and planets are going to have like creatures just to get resources, and then you bring them back to the space station and you can use the resources to like tend gardens in the space station. But none of the artwork's real, it's just all, this is all prototyping, so different rooms have different gameplay. So that room there, just with the Spidey needs a combat one. This is like a chest. And this one has all the planting stuff in it. So you plant using a droid rather than the character. So this green square is a droid. And you can like plant. You can destroy the ground. And then you can like plant apple seeds in the ground. Fertilize them. And then this will grow into an apple tree, but there's no artwork, so it's all just done with text and rectangles and stuff. And you can do stuff like break apart rocks, so you can like mine. So you know the droid's gonna, this room is a mixture of 2 zones really. In the real game you'll be planting on the space station, and then when you go into like mine rocks, that'll be done on an asteroid or something. What's the socket point? Yeah, thanks for the... Yeah, it's coming together. The gameplay is kind of nearly finished, actually. The prototyping phase is nearly finished. Then it's get combat out of the way. Then I need to do progression, which is going to be quite big, I think. Like, how do you progress through the game? So that's to do with like leveling up, and if I want to put any RPG mechanics and like a tech tree and stuff like that. And once that's done, that's the whole gameplay done, and then I can go on to actually making the game properly. Yeah, what's a socket point? I'll check that out. I'm not sure what you mean. And it's got some cool stuff like all the quests work. I ran through that trigger there, and it's triggered a quest. But I've got like fast travel. So this is the prototype world with all the rooms just laid next to each other that have different things in. But you can fast travel, so I can go back to the crafting room. And then it's got like a monorail, so you can catch the monorail around the space station. So if I go to here, oh, I see. Yeah, I know what you mean now. You're talking about the animation. Yeah, like I could just add a bone there, and then I can look for the bone name. I want to explore if you can actually just put points, just mark points, because obviously the bones link in with the animations, and if you can just have a list of points, that'd be awesome. But if you can't, I'll put a bone there. Yeah. So this is the monorail, so you can like fast travel. You can board the monorail to ride it, or you can fast travel to other monorail stations. It's like that one, and you'll like jump on the monorail and ride it. So that's going to be on the space station, where to get around the space station. And then the beaming might be to get to space ports on asteroids or something. Yeah, so it's my own engine. I've made the engine myself. So it's got, it's got light and shadow and water, and you can just like, this is the level editor basically. You can like, it's only got one type of grass that I've drawn at the moment, but you can like draw grass into the world, and then it's got like undo and redo and stuff. Is good. Make rivers, and then it's got stuff like weather. Make it rain. No lightning yet. I need to put in lightning. I forgot to put that in when I put the weather in. And obviously all this you can set with the editor, or I could programmatically do it. So you could have the weather. You could have like dynamic weather and time of day and stuff like that. Thank you. Yeah, I've been working on the game. This is the so the game I've been working on for 14 weeks now. This is the beginning of the 14th week. The engine's about a year and a half, maybe a bit more than that now. Old. I've been working on that. Yeah, and then all the NPCs and stuff can use the beams and the monorail if it wants to. There's only other one. This is all prototype, so there's only one other character in the game. You can talk to her and stuff. She can give you like locations on the radar and. But yeah. All right. Thing is, I haven't used this spine software in years. Like this guy here, I made a few years ago for a different project. Engine's always been more my thing rather than games, actually. So this is actually I have made games before for me rather than just to release or whatever using my engines. This is the first game This is the first kind of bigger, more ambitious game that I've ever made, though. So my experience is the other way around, I suppose. I know what I'm doing with engines. I don't really know what I'm doing with games. Hard to write things that are fun to play. Which is one of the reasons why I want to do it. I want to try and challenge myself. Music disappears. Oh yeah, nice one. Yeah, have you got? You can share a link if you want, and I'll have a look. If you've got anything. Yeah, I've used Unreal before. It's really good as well. And Unity, they're both good. I've not used Godot before. Yeah, I mean, I could just add a bone. I can't remember how to even do that. It needs to be not connected to anything. Point attachments. Choose new, then point in the tree properties to create a new point attachment. Oh, there it is, look. New point attack target. There it is. Right, how do I move it? There we go. This is set to a different animation. How do I even do this? Animations. Back short. So that I don't want to put in a. I don't actually want to put in a. I just want to put in a keyframe. I don't want to do that. And then up a bit. All right. That seems about right. And then we can decide on a bounding box in the game. I used Unity. Not a great fan. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. Unreal's been around for a really long time, hasn't it? I like Unity because I quite like C#, and I quite like how it's quite small compared to like Unreal's beast, in it. You can make AAA games in Unreal. Oh yeah, cool. Oh, I can't get any pictures though. Oh, that's working. Is it working? So you're going to release in October. That's quite soon. Maybe it's my internet. My internet's been down today, so it might be me. Dynamic wildlife. That's the stuff that I'm into as like a coder. That's what I want to do with this game, is like have lots of like a dynamic world that feels alive. Can't get the images to load though, unfortunately. Nice one. It's really good. Yeah, it might be me because the office block that I am in, all the internet was off this morning, so they had to restart the server room. And who knows what that's done. At least I can stream. Right, cool. I will I don't have an account on itch.io. I'll make one. I'll follow you. Alright, I'm following you now, so I'll keep an eye on it. Nice one. Hopefully you get to October, that'd be great. Good time to release just in the autumn. I always play a lot of my games through the winter, so it's a good time. I think if I ever get to a release date for this, it's going to be in like the back half of the year, or the back quarter of the year. Alright, so we've got the burn now there, or the whatever it is, the point. Attack target. Probably need to rename it actually. Attack short target. On that as well. Alright. Let's export this. Yeah, game development's very hard, isn't it? How long have you been working on it for? So what I want to do actually, so the animation system doesn't know anything about these points, how to get them. So I need to actually, let's check that. So we just re-exported it there. Let's just check that it still works. Yeah. So animated rig types. So we could do it on the routine. So just need to get a hold of the animated rig itself, so I can have a look in it. Tick. Alright. Oh, brilliant, yeah. Any plan to release on Steam? I think it said on the website. I think my game's going to take 2 or 3 years to make. I've been going 14 weeks, but that's spread over 5 months. I can't work on it all the time. Yeah, nice one. That's really good though, innit? I have used Unreal as well. I like it. Other than how enormous it is. It's an enormous engine. If I was purely about making games, I'd probably use Unity probably. I mean, I'd try them all, obviously. But yeah, my thing's always been like the game technology rather than the game itself. So I've spent the last 15 years doing engines rather than games. Until now. And I'm going to try and do games for a bit. Mainly to stress test this engine. And to try and get something that's, right, something that's fun. Alright. So it'd be in the skeleton probably. Oh man, it doesn't have a NatViz file. So it uses this spine stuff here is third party. And they use their own array. And then they don't put a NatViz file in there. So you can't debug with it. I mean, you can, but you have to do it all in the watch window. Okay, let's have a look then. So rig internal, spine animated rig, skeleton. Let's see if I can drag that in there. I can't. rig internal, spine animated rig, skeleton. Okay. Do we look in bones or slots? What's the difference? Let's look in slots. Buffer. Okay. How many is it? 27. Alright. Here we go, we've got the names here. Attack short target. The attachment XY. There we go. So it's actually an attachment. Doesn't seem to be any array of attachments. Eight years is actually quite a long time to be coding now, though. Most people have probably been coding less than 8 years. Alright, so we can get it through the slot. It's actually called so it's the slot data. It's actually called a point attachment, I think. Attachment name. Attachment. Point attachment. And that's its X and Y from like in a local space. Alright, let's try and get the point attachment then. Oh, it is, look. Region attachment, mesh attachment. There's no point attachment yet though. Yeah, you can, man. I wish I still had all my old... I don't have anything from my first 10 years of coding. Didn't keep... Well, I didn't keep it for some reason. It was before, you know, GitHub, I suppose. And they had source control at my university, but then you lose access to it when you finish. And that was actually 20 years... No, 16 years ago. I finished uni. So all my uni work, I didn't keep it. It's a shame, I should have done. So yeah, you just get the draw order. So it might not be in the draw order, because it might not be drawn. So it's actually in the slots. So can we do pskeleton get slots? Get attachment. Get rtti.instance of spine. Point attachment. RTT. Oh, this is such a crazy way of coding, man. What? How does this even work? It's just strings. You don't even need to do it this way. Well, that's how we do it. That's how we would get it. We'd have to find a slot of a certain name. Find slot name. Okay. So let's do get point attachment position. Alright, before we do this, I'm going to take 2-minute breaks. I'm out of coffee and I need the loo. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right, got a fresh bucket of coffee. So, get point attachment position. Oh, the music, man. What's going on? I need to subscribe to some royalty-free music. I saw that out, you know. I've been listening to this same playlist, and it's long, but for like 6 months. Bit Wielder, hey, how's it going? Long time no see. Okay. So, hope you're alright, man. Well, the music's not working. Just do a speed test. The internet's been well dodgy. Oh. A lot of self-reflection, really. Yeah, that's important. Oh, my internet's dying. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's important. Should always ask yourself how things are going, I would say. Ooh, my internet is slow. Oh well, we'll just keep going. Yeah, hope you've been alright last week. I haven't been streaming for about 10 days. If auto slot equals p skeleton find slot name dot convert to string dot begin. Whoops. If slot all right, yeah, let us know if you want to ask. I don't mind. How do we do this RTTI thing? Spine slot attachment RTTI. Spine point attachment RTTI. Get just RTTI like that. And so if we can do that, We can static cast it. I presume it says. I presume that's what that means. So auto attachment. We can do auto point attachment. Yeah, that's fine. I'll give it a quick read. All right. Put a breakpoint there. Yeah. No. Well, my internet's apps is like not working. Oh, it's back now. My internet's been really dodgy today, so I'll try and get to Discord. I've not dropped any frames on the stream, which is mental because I literally can't load any new web pages or anything. Alright, Discord's working. Yeah, send it on Discord. Bit wielder, yeah. It's a long document, so let me read it after stream if that's alright. I'll read it later. I'll read it later and then I'm back streaming tomorrow, so I can talk about it tomorrow if you want to. Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't mind it being long. I'll just get the get this attack stuff done first. Then we'll talk about it tomorrow. That's fine. If you're on tomorrow, I'm on at least Monday, today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. Nice one. Sounds good. Right, get point attachment position. Okay, internet seems to be a little bit, is behaving a bit more. Main thing is I don't have any music. There we go. So let's just copy this. So this is not actually part of the interface, which it needs to be. I think. All right. So where were we? We're in the actual ready state event. Get target. So now we can get target. So we need to get. So we need to go get the animation controller. Of ID NPC. If there's an animation controller, we need to do it through that. but we need to know. Yeah, we need to know what type of animation it is. So, animated riggers. Benkley, hey, how's it going? Nice one. Hope you're alright. Hello there. Yeah, I'm working on combat. We did a lot. I've done a lot since you've last been on, actually. Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you. I've been off for about 10 days as well now. First day back after about like a 10-day break. Working on combat. Let me just because it does not override any, except it does. Put it down here. Yeah, working on combat. Yeah. I've made a bunch of stuff. Behavior trees for NPCs, and then building combat with a behavior tree. Now. That's const, that's why. I'll show you if I can get it building. Alright. We've done like the defensive, we've done some defensive part of combat. No, and we're working on a bit of offensive stuff now. The defensive stuff we've done go flick. The NPC can go and get in cover. They can run away. And then we've done an offensive bit where the NPCs can go into there's like levels of combat. So it's a passive NPC, this, meaning that they don't really want to fight you, but you can aggravate them enough for them to attack you. We've got to the point now where we can aggravate them enough, and then we're building out the attack part of the system now. But what it's really doing is stressing out this behavior tree system that I've just written in the last couple of weeks, which is a whole nother part of the editor. You can basically graph out what you want NPCs to do. Alright. So this is a Spyrium. Right now he just goes hostile straight away, but this is a warning. This is like, so if I was to run away, he would run away as well. But if I was to have moved closer to him, he moves to hostile level 1, and this is where he's going to attack you. And that's what we're working on now. And it works with behavior trees. So I have this combat test tree that this is a whole new system. So you can assign this to the Spyrium, and this is like his brain. So this is how he decides to do things. So right now there's this green box around this one. So he's here now. He's doing attack long. So these are his 3 attacks: short, medium, and long. And I'm just filling out all these attacks and what they do. So all these actions are like scripts in code, like little bits of code that do things. And then it can, the tree, it follows the tree around and the NPC can do loads and loads of different things. It doesn't have to be combat. Combat's just the example that I'm using. But it's going to be for like any NPC that wants to do anything in the world. So there might be an NPC that works in the bar, and you could write a behavior tree for like how they go and clean the tables, for instance, in the bar or something. But combat seemed nice and complicated, so I picked that one. So it's broken up into sections. So there's the hostile one, which is where you provoked him. And there's hostile 0. So this is how. Well, there's a flee, which is turned off at the moment. So he could flee. Or he could become hostile. And then this selector here, he'll wait for you to get closer to him. And if you get closer to him, he'll set the combat state to hostile 1. And then he'll return up to the top. And then he'll go down this path then. So yeah, now I'm just decided. So I need to, basically the thing I'm working on right now is getting the actual position where the attack is going to be, like the attack location. So I've put this little point here, this little yellow thing, if you can see. And that's where the bite strikes. And then he fires an event attack shot event as well. So that's when the attack actually happens. And I need this position because I need to move the Spidean creature into the proper position, so when he attacks, he hits the player. That's kind of what I'm working on. All right. Get point attachment position. So this has to come through the animation controller, I think. So this isn't going to be as specific as get point attachment position. This is going to be, might come through the combat controller. Well, no, we'll do it from here first. So we'll say standard optional effect 2 get what do we call it? Get attack level position. Get combat attack level position. It's going to be e-combat attack level, e-attack level, e-combat attack level. So we're passing the level. What level have got, you know, there's 3 levels, but we could add more. And that's in the animation controller, right? And I'll probably do const effect 2. Well, no, we won't do that. Okay. So this needs to know what rig it is. It needs to go into the rig to do this. So we want rig has get attack position, attack target, get attack target. So that is e-combat attack level, get attack target or level, standard, optional, effect 2. Rig type has get attack target. So we're going to say if rig type has attack target, why is it not wanting to do this? If rig type has attack target, so get attack target, and we want to pass the level as well for that level. Okay, so it needs to know about that. E combat attack level. All right. So what's the problem here? We don't have type. Do we have type? Type is our type. No, we don't have type. Let's just pass through this. So I think maybe actually we pass in the animated rig as well. So we want the animation controller. And then that means that in the rig types, we basically want standard, optional, get attack target. Turn that there. We'll just put a breakpoint there, and then we'll just, that's where we need to go into the rig to look for the berm. Yeah, may as well do that now. So get the rig. How do we get the rig? Alright, how's it going, Nuke Bird? Hope you're alright. Nice to see you. How do we get the rig? How do we get the rig? Is there? We don't actually have it. It's fine. Animated rig. Get rig. Just working on combat, Nuke Bird. Particularly right at the point where we're starting to attack. The NPC is starting to attack us. Alright. Specifically, like, handling the animation. Trying to get the NPC to move to the right position and play the animation attack. So we should have rig dot get internal rig, get point attachment position. So if level is equal to 0, 1, I need a name. Attachment name. What does this actually even? It's just a string. We don't really need to. Battle stuff. Yeah, not quite as far as battle yet. Literally just hit you. But yeah, eventually battle stuff. So we've done like more defensive stuff so far. So I'll show you actually. It is approaching. It is, yeah, I knew this would be a big system, and it is going to be a big system because I want to. Oh, it's not x.get attack tag. Oh, yeah, it is. I want to probably do some RPG mechanic stuff as well. You know, like definitely equipment. Weapon strength, defense, luck, all that stuff. That's going to take a while. I've written a big system like that before, but it wasn't a battle system. It wasn't a real-time battle system. It was a tactical battle system, like turn-based, and that had all that attribute stuff. So I'm going to do a similar thing, but this is a real-time system. And it's going to be driven by mostly behavior trees, which the other one wasn't. The other one was, a lot of it was goal-based AI, which I might do as well for some of it. Like I might have nodes in the behavior tree which trigger goal-based AI. Because that was a tactical battle system before, it made more sense to have the tactical system be like goal-based. If you know what I mean. Yeah, so this is the enemy. So right now he's pretty much hard-coded to become hostile when he gets close to you. But he's passive. He's meant to be passive, so he's not going to attack you straight away. He's going to like this level 0 of hostile. And if I run away, he runs away. And then what I'm working on now is if he don't run away, so if you go up to him again, if you don't run away, he'll attack you. So there he goes to hostile level 1, and that's where the attack would happen. But I've got some stuff. So this is the behavior tree. You know, we're working on the behavior system before, the behavior trees. So a bunch of this is actually turned off. So you can do more. You can like go run to cover and stuff like that. But right now I'm testing the attacks. So is this green square here means he's settled on, he's just doing an attack long, which is not written yet. So he's just running that forever. It's actually attack short that I'm working on now. Then attack medium, then attack long. And then once we've got him attacking, we can actually do the damage and stuff, HP and all that. So right now I'm figuring out where Spidian needs to be to attack the player in the world. So he's going to move. He needs to move to his attack position, which is here. So there's 3 attacks. So this one is going to be if auto p, well, let's return. And that's going to be what do we call it? Attack short. What do we call it? Attack short target. And there to do. So now I'm just going to set up the behavior tree to select the attack short position, level 0, the attack level 0. Yeah, I agree. Thing is, I could spend a long time evaluating the goals because it was turn-based. So I could spend a long time. And if I ever do any goal-based stuff in this real-time system, I'll, obviously make sure it is not take too long to find it out. Kickests. Hey, how's it going from bed? 1 AM entertainment. Oh, happy to oblige. Yeah, well, the great thing about this behavior tree system is the actions can literally be anything. So I could have an action that spawns a full goal-based AI computation to work out something. And because it's ticked, that could all happen in the background of the game. Could run it on another thread. Yeah. Speaking of A-Star, I do need to work a bit on the pathfinding as well. Make it a little bit... It's a little bit slow. And I've thought of a few ways to speed it up a lot. And it doesn't happen in the background either, the pathfinding. It's on the same thread as the gameplay. So it stalls the game if it takes too long. So obviously it does need to be. I did that on purpose to force myself to keep it fast. And then eventually I'll move it onto a background thread. Okay. Let's just change this tree so it always selects attack short. I'm going to give up on the music, it keeps stopping. So attack short, we'll say it's less than 300 meters, so it'll always select attack short. Right, so we need to just make him go to hostile level 1. Right, so now he's trying to do attack short. So we need to start calling this get attack target stuff. So it's here. AC get attack. Get combat attack level position. So do we have the level here? We do. The new combat attack level. We can just return that. So this is going to be in local space at the moment. So we do need to actually transform it into world space as well. Try and figure that out. All right. So it goes. So we're in the Spidey specific rig now. So this is where I can select it by name. There it is. -4, 1. Now 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It looks like -3, 1 though. It just depends how Spine's handled the scaling. Hopefully it's completely... There it is. X, Y. Hopefully it's sorted. Hopefully this is scaled it properly into my coordinate system. Return to get X, get Y. So all I'm going to think I might do is just draw it. How do I do that? Can do that probably when we're ticking the actual node. We can draw it wherever that is. Behavior types. So here, so this is the running, right? So we're just gonna put a temporary bit of code in here. It just says if auto AC equals get game state, get animation controller, BC. If auto P equals AC, get attack level position for attack level 0. Get the game canvas. Just draw a quad out there, or a quad there. Draw a quad. Correct. So it's P. Inflate by half. Let's draw it white. So as soon as that node starts ticking, it should draw where the attack position is. And you might even move to it if the actual movement system picks up. It does pick up these get targets in the these ready state event get targets. It does pick up that. It tries to go. I think it does. All right. So this will just draw a quad where that attack target is. Or it won't do anything. Or it will crash. Not doing anything. Start making a game. Oh, cool. It's multidisciplinary, isn't it? Games. It's like the perfect creative endeavor, I think. Because there's like, you want to make an album? Well, yeah, if you make a game, you've got to make like 2 or 3 albums worth of songs. You want to draw some amazing world? Yeah, make a game because you get to draw an amazing world. You love engineering, do that. It's really good. Yeah, the engineering is just one part of it. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's very difficult as well. UI and UX, I think. Because that's how the player interacts with the game, and that's how to make a game really bad. If you make that bad, the game is bad. Even if you draw a brilliant, beautiful game, the game could still be bad. But if you get or if you can't draw, the game can still be awesome, I should say. But if you get the UI wrong, the game's always bad. Right, so we can't see it. Okay. Well, it is there. Oh, because we're not even doing the right call. It's in world. Overdrawn it in screen space there. Yeah, I'm going to spend a long time working on all the menus and stuff for my game and how the player interacts with the game because it's so important. All this stuff's just standing really. Right, it's there. So it's in it's in object space. So we need to translate it down to the position of the in world space basically. So auto offset, well, say vector offset. If auto equals get game state, get movement controller, sc.getID, offset plus equals MC, get position, and that is offset plus. Ugh. No, this is optional. There we go. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Just because a few men have fallen out. Sucks, man. They'll get better though, I think. There it is. So that white square is the attack location. Now then, we actually need the attack location to be in front of the player. So this is a little transform. I'm going to have to do a transform. Yeah, I agree. And it's yeah. Sucks really. It's like all they want to do is release games. You know, and you can't. Because of a bunch of blokes that you don't even know. A bunch of people you don't even know. Blokes is English for men. Right, so we need to do a transform. So it needs to be here. And the spider needs to move to that location. So the actual target. So actually, the playable character and the NPC need to be in the same room as well for this attack to be valid. PC lock equals get game state, get playable player location. Not PC lock, can't do it. Auto NPC lock equals get game state dot get NPC location for the NPC. If not NPC lock, can't do it. If not NPC lock. If PC lock room is not equal to NPC lock room, can't do it. And that is actually true. No, that's fine. So they need to be in the same room. As the playable character. Is that really... Maybe not, actually. Because he could calm down later when we leave the room. Oh, thank you, Nukebird, thank you. Good luck with your game. I hope, well, take it as an opportunity to learn to draw and to learn to make music. Because they're both fun. Okay, let's try and get this sorted before we have to leave. So we'll take that out because we could be in different rooms. The target, however, this is if it's attack. Is attacking. And the same here, right? So this is where we want to work out the offset. If there's a player location, we need to do offset. So what is it? It's the thing minus the offset plus equals the player location. Get position. Player location. Position. Yeah, maybe we just return that. Go back to how it was. Otherwise, actually, this is all for attacking, isn't it? Offset. Auto P is that. We have to return P minus NPC lock position plus PC lock position, I think. So I think that will move it into the right place. Will it though? No, it won't. Oh man, this is this is not the type of calculation to do right at the end of the day. The player essentially becomes 0-0, doesn't it? So let's, in the behavior types again, where that is, there. Let's make one of these. And we will do EX get target. Then we can just work it out. I think it's going to be behind the player. Maybe. Yeah. It's behind the player. It needs to be on the player. Oh, I know how to do it. I know how to do it. It's the player position plus, well, that is it. That's what we were doing. Do you use Cursor AI? Hey, Pepsilipton. No, I don't think so. I'm not really sure what it is. But no, I don't think so. Let me know what it is and I'll tell you. Oh, thanks for the follow as well. Much appreciated. Yeah, if you've got any questions, just let me know. Not using AI on coding. No, I don't. Do you mean like Copilot and things? No, I don't use that. Okay, yeah. No, I don't. I did try it. But I'm not really... Why do I not use it? Well, code. I think one of the reasons is, so I tried it and I went from a lot of writing code to a lot of checking code. Because obviously it recommends code and then you have to read through it and check. Which changed the workflow a lot. And you probably could get used to that. But I actually really enjoy the experience of working it out on my own. Writing it all. Coding for me is ultimately a creative. Like from me. You know, not using, like I'll use documentation, but not really using an AI assistant or anything. Yeah. I have no problem with other people using it, and it improves productivity. I can see how it massively improves productivity, but I'm not really looking for maximum yield. I'm just looking to have as much fun as possible. If I did it professionally, I'd probably use it. Or if you got paid by lines of code written. It like itches the creative itch. Scratches the creative itch that I have. And I don't really want to mess with that. Because it's a hobby, you know. Alright. So maybe, so that is in world space. Let's try it. That's basically just what I've been doing though. That plus that minus that. Can't think about this now because I've been coding since 10 o'clock. I might have to come back to this tomorrow. This calculation. We're definitely starting off at the player location. Maybe it's that. Try that one. That's it. That's it, isn't it? The white square is where it should stand. So if I come up from that side. Okay, so he also needs to face me as well. So that needs to actually happen. Probably in the tick. So AC face. How do we do this? Face towards. Get game state. Dot. Get playable character. Get player position. That's optional as well. If auto PC position face towards PC position. So it needs to actually stay facing towards the playable character as well throughout the whole attack. Which means that we might have to change a little bit how the movement controller works. So if you approach him from the bottom, so he's not facing me, man. So I think it's probably because that is not working. Set scale -1. No, that is right. Face towards. So this is because, unfortunately, we've drawn them the wrong way around. You need to draw your characters facing the other way. Have we gotten around this any other way? How did we do this in general for the Spidey? So set scale -1 does make him face that way. I have to remember that when we actually draw proper animated rigs, we have to draw them all the same way. So facing the same way. Okay, so all I think I'm going to do... Well, how do we do this? How do we... Do we have a... In the movement controller, when we're actually flipping the Spidey around, how does this even work? Or is it in the animation controller? Nope. So how is he flipping round? That's what I want to know. Because it's in the actual animation routine. Yes. Yes. Okay. So face towards needs kind of extending to pick whether 1 or -1. Which I don't have time to do. Well, I've got 5 minutes. I can maybe do it. So we just basically want to do in the rig types, we want float get face direction, face direction, get face direction scale. So the spine rig is like if direction is equal to left, we have to return 1. Else, if direction is equal to right, we return -1. To be fair, we can just do that, and then we can always return 1 for everything else. So if it's facing right, we have scaling by -1 in the X direction. And then in the animation controller, need a concept for that. All right. I think that's it. And then here, everywhere, the face toward. So we want float scale is 1. And that's to be 1 times scale. And that's to be -1 times scale. Both there and there. And then we actually need to pass the direction, don't we? Pushtai here, how's it going? Do I use concepts a lot? I have a few of them. I use them mainly to compile out calls to functions. So I can build systems that don't have to implement every single method, you know. So this is part of the same. These are just describe the animated rigs. So you don't have to include that in there, and it won't be a compiler, even though it's executing over the. You can just basically compile out, because like the compiler, it'll read this and say no, so it won't even look at that. So that's kind of how I use them, and also to just sometimes I'll use them to force the compiler to pick a certain code path based on certain conditions. It's mainly just to help the compiler out. Yeah, it's good, I think. I don't really know if you're meant to use them that way. That's what I do use them for. Yeah, it's like reflection, kind of. Yeah. It's like it's my alarm. It's like, yeah, it just ignore sections of the code, so it doesn't generate compile errors because they're never even used. So if I didn't have this check here, it would give me a compile error because this rig doesn't have that method implemented. So it looks through these types. And it means you can write systems that like operate on whole bunches of types. These are the types that system can use. But it means you don't have to have the same interface for every single type, you know. You just ignore the calls at compile time for types that don't implement the calls. Okay. We don't have the direction there though. This could probably get implemented in terms of that. And then we can pass through the direction. But yeah, it's definitely code about code, so it is reflection, I would say. So if the DX is that way, we do sit, we do face left. Is that right? Face right. Else face left. And then this can look and can rescale it if it wants to. I mean, this might catastrophically fail. Seems like more options for specialization on types. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we do need this. Yeah, I just tend to write systems that are expected to work on a certain number of types. That's kind of the way that I've been writing this engine. And then it means if you add a new type into the system, you don't have to go back to the system to like extend it. You just extend it by the outside of the system, if you know what I mean. What is type? Yeah, knackered now. Direction doesn't need to be passed as value either. And that's not const, I don't think. All right, yeah. Yeah, there's only me working on this, so I can use what any standard I want. So I use a few C++20 stuff things, even though it's 5 years old now. And then 26 apparently has reflection. Actually just has it in the language, I have heard. Which will be very interesting. So let's just check this. Okay, well, it's not calling face. Anyway. Let's get him to be angry. Come at him here again. Face towards. Face left. Scale is 1. God, he moves fast when you do that. That is definitely the right position. He's just facing the wrong way. Swap them out. I'm not sure what we're too tired to. My brain's too cotton woolly. Work that out. Gonna have to stop in a minute. Go and pick up my kid from school. It's been a good stream though. I've had quite a lot of people on chatting. It's been awesome. Man, he moves fast when he's attacking you. He's still facing the wrong way though. What? If the DX is that way, it is definitely left. Just might have them the wrong way round. So we definitely do want him to face left. Oh. Oops. I think what it means is we need to just swap them on a -1 round for the Spidey in. All right. Let's try that. All I want him to do is just move into the right position so when he plays an animation attack, he hits me. And he moves very quick. There we go. And then he could just hit me with his pincers, so that's the attack. He's moved right there. Smash me with his pincers. He moves super duper quick though. Oh. So another thing is if I move, he just picks the position at the beginning of the move and goes there. He needs to constantly update his target, doesn't he? Right, that requires more thinking actually. I'm going to have to head off. But yeah, thanks for the stream. I'm back on tomorrow actually. Roughly from like 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning in the UK. Yeah, good stream. So I'll see you all later.